wonder how long these gusts can keep it up. At the right moment could help. right.
No, not too bad. Okay.
Huh. You can pull open part of the dam. That can be handy later.
Your blade be bright. Your enemy is mine.
What's this thing? It's a machine lore. Well, that explains all these machines. Why put it here? My focus might show me more. The rebels had a large operation here. There has to be something else that'll tell us what was going on.
I thought I saw some equipment over by the falls. I thought I saw some equipment on the cliffs near the falls.
I'd never seen him wrestle in Ring of Honor or anywhere else. And that's why I've seen Jonathan Gresham. He and Lethal were a tag team for a while. They had some great team moves, and I think they split up. I've seen him wrestle a couple of times, still not a ton of it, but that's why I was like, old Bandito better be a world beater and better just make people drop their teeth on the floor to be able to follow the tag
Maybe we
match.
missed something near the
And so I was
device.
interested in seeing
It's a message.
how
One of
did
the sons of
Bandito,
Prometheus.
a Lucha Libre star, suddenly become the
Says the
Ring of
rebels
Honor
were about to
champion
leave,
under
but
Samoa
decided to
Joe,
guard the
Bryan
dam
Danielson,
after water
CM
started to
Punk,
clear.
Tyler
saw an
Black /
opportunity
Seth
and
Rollins,
seized it.
Davey Richards, Jay Lethal. Bandito? One of these things is not like the other. And I wanted to see whether this was going to be flippy lucha or whether Bandito could actually work. So that's, that's where I'm at on that. Had you seen Bandito?
I had not. I had read about him. I had heard about him. But because I don't watch Ring of Honor, and I hadn't in a while, and nothing before this match and that tournament we watched really has pulled me into it in a very long time, and I don't watch Lucha right now, I had no idea who the hell he was.
Did Bandito steal your heart?
His mask did. What an interesting mask. I'd not seen a mask like that before. What'd you think of that?
He looked a little like Zorro if Zorro was a highway
Heavy is
robber
they
in
could
the...
do a lot of damage.
I was thinking
There's
John
one of
Merrick.
these at the Grove, in the arena.
Oh, come
It's kind of
on.
like an elephant man
Damn
hood.
machines.
What was that mask?
Like the hood that Gary Hart used to put over Abdullah the Butcher's head when he
That's
wanted
right.
the Butcher to stop assaulting people. But at least we know now that Tony Khan finally answered Chavo Guerrero's phone calls. Because now Chavo is back as the manager of Bandito.
Okay, hold on. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil what else
Don't
happened
think
in
I
this
can
match.
follow you there.
So Chavo has never, to the best of my
You
knowledge,
can pull open part of the dam.
never been Ring of Honor ever.
Come in handy
Never.
later.
For several weeks at most, was all of a sudden the manager of Andrade in between Vicky Guerrero and Jose the assistant.
Right.
Then he disappeared to do a show,
Goes to Australia.
complained about the fact that he was told his job would be safe, and he found out his job was not safe in any way. Then goes public with that. I guess they reach out to him and say, we'll make you the manager of the Ring of Honor World's Heavyweight Champion, Bandito. Sounds like a pretty prestigious role. But his reign of management of Bandito lasted hours, and even Bandito turned on him. What was that?
And not only is the guy, the first time he manages the guy, he loses the world title. But then for the first time in history, as Caprice Coleman called it, for the first time in history, a guy asked for his own manager to be kicked out of ringside for the election. Don't get rid of him. He's sure I don't want him. What the fuck is going on? So anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Gresham is very short, but he's built like a tank. But honestly, the early part of this was like watching a match in a library because people were so quiet. And they couldn't just run off and do things at 100 miles an hour because then they'd run off the people, or run off and leave the people, and they wouldn't be reacting anyway. But I was waiting for Bandito to impress me. He's not bad. He's not like a outlaw lucha goof like a lot of the flippers on AEW. He's very coordinated. I didn't see anything about size, work, look, personality. You can't see his face. That blows me away. That he would be a world champion. That he's somehow special. Gresham is technically excellent. Needs a bit of the personality. They worked really hard and seemed serious, but there was no violence to this. There wasn't a fight, a struggle. It was wrestling with no emotion. Bandito has the mask, you can't see his face. Gresham needs a high gear emotionally, not necessarily physically, but emotionally. And it just, this wasn't violent, this wasn't a fight we've already seen already. And again, this was hurt by coming after the tag match. And also it went over 20 minutes when we're closing in on 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 Central out there. And finally, Bandito super kicked Gresham, and Gresham turned to sell it and poked the referee in the eye. So Gresham goes for a springboard, but Chavo, with the title belt, flails it up to hit Gresham, and he fumbled it. And the belt went up over Gresham. Gresham takes the bump, and the belt went into the ring. Chavo reaches in, grabs the belt, pulls the belt out.
Were the rebels testing me here?
So
Bandito
all these
turns around
dead
and gets
machines
pissed
are what?
and tells the referee to kick his own manager
maybe.
out.
Mindless cowards.
You would have thought they'd
Poisoning
worked
us
something
until
like
we
that
waste
out
away.
before they came out. Hey, if I get in
The
trouble,
dam.
Chavo,
Can you break it?
help me, or
I'll take a look.
I don't care what
I
happens,
should
don't
scan the
help
dam.
me.
Might show me a weak point.
So then they did a and they started going 100 miles an hour, and the
There's an
crowd kind of
explosive
got
cyclone
back in it
machine
by that
inside the
point.
dam.
And then
One hit
suddenly
will blow the whole
Gresham
thing
rolled
up.
him up.
I
1,
just
2,
need to find a way
3.
to expose it.
And apparently Gresham had been the interim Ring of Honor champion because Bandito during COVID had either gotten COVID or
Here's
couldn't
the
come in the
sack.
country because of COVID,
He's
and
gonna
then they
take a
both
powerful
been
shot to blow it up.
claiming the title, and this was the
And I
unification.
can't do
So
both at once.
Gresham is the new Ring of Honor champion.
The
Thank
ballista.
you for coming, Bandito.
Hey,
and
Attacker.
Chavo.
Can you get up there?
Your new spot
Fire a
there.
bolt while I hold this thing open.
And then
Rebel
you knew
weapon
something was
to
going to happen
destroy a
because
rebel
Gresham
dam. I'm on
stays
it.
in the ring. Bandito and the referee leave, and Gresham's got a microphone. And he started talking, and honestly, I've never met the guy, and I'm not trying to knock him, but I maybe understand now why that he might not have
This
been the
works.
most over Ring of Honor champion of all time, because when he started talking, who was it said one time about that food was so dry you had to eat it in the rain? Well, his speech started out so dry, somebody needed a garden hose. And he basically got out that his mission was to make Ring of Honor purer,
Ha ha.
and the pure title, and the pure wrestling, and whatever the fuck.
We did
Here
it.
comes Jay Lethal. I know what you're trying to do, Gresham. You're trying to send everybody here home happy, but after all that I've done for all of you and everybody,
It's
I
gone.
should be the first guy
After all this
to
time,
challenge for the Ring of Honor
finally
title.
free of the poisoned waters.
And again, Gresham's response, he started,
Aloy.
and it was
Must
like
return
listening
to
to a
full
librarian speak back.
Meet me there
And
when
then
you
Lethal pie-faced him, and they start
You
shoving.
deserve it.
Sanjay gets in, separates him, turns around, nails Gresham. And Sanjay, who, by the way, we haven't seen on a wrestling program in forever, is he going to be Lethal's manager? And from what I like Sanjay too, and he's a fine young man, but I think Lethal's got the promo thing dicked compared to Sanjay. So I don't know but Sanjay and Lethal beat up Gresham, put the boots to him. Lee Moriarty comes in for a save. Goddamn, I'm glad I wasn't down and in need if I had to depend on Lee Moriarty. They gave him the lethal injection. And I was just thinking then, because I'm looking at the people not really giving a shit, and I'm seeing Jay Lethal kicking the shit out of job guys, and I'm thinking I had not only better angles, but bigger names on Ohio Valley Wrestling Television
There's
when it was
Thornbush.
a local wrestling school.
The rebels must have been spying on him.
And just
Nice guy
then,
down.
music! Samoa Joe! Again, wrestling gods, we have some hope, but I'm going to try not to get too over the moon about this, because who knows what'll happen. Maybe Samoa Joe will be Daniel Garcia's next victim. The battle of the fucking chokeout holes. But Joe comes to the ring, gets face-to-face with Lethal, chokes out Sanjay Dutt, taunts Jay to get in the ring, and we close. So at least Samoa Joe is there now. But again, are we going to get to see him? Are we going to get to see him regularly? Are we going to see him the way we want to see him? Or is he just another
I should find
shiny
a
new toy that'll be prominent for about a week and a half?
Well, they've already announced he'll be on Dynamite on Wednesday, and they put out a graphic that Samoa Joe is all elite. And thankfully, he showed up in his wrestling gear.
Oh, I'm sure that for the next
Aloy.
2 to 2.5 weeks, we'll
I was
see him
just
everywhere.
recounting
He
our
might
deeds
pop
at
up
the
on
dam.
Tony Khan's driver's license
deeds.
picture. We don't know, but
We
then
did it together.
after
True enough.
that, who knows what might happen.
Thornmarsh is free of the
Again,
We don't have to live in fear
they
of the
they
poison.
have loaded
It
up on
feels like the
talent
first
that,
time in
my
months
God, we're
we can
gonna,
wash our
when all this
hands
dies
with
down, and
clean
after this week's drive-through, when we talk about
tell
whatever
me
they do
how
at
it feels,
WrestleMania,
Ready to hunt.
if they
Not
separated
yet,
the Drek
little
from their
warrior.
stars and their good
I
talent,
promised you a
they've got a
reward
heck of a roster.
equal to your deeds.
They just have no
I cannot think of
coherent
anything
plan
more
whatsoever on
fitting
how to implement that roster.
Thank you.
Samoa
Wherever your
Joe could
travels
be a
take you,
benefit in a
Aloy.
variety of ways, not the least being a grown adult fucking man that looks like he could hurt somebody. Also being an experienced veteran can possibly, hopefully, if they'll listen, teach some of the guys some things. And he's over to not only the Ring of Honor audience, but also the AEW audience, the independent wrestling audience. And he'll be a boon to them. I just hope that they use him there. I mean, if they don't boo him like they booed everybody else, I'm sorry, I mean, Are you talking about using Smoke in the Ring of Honor or an AEW? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure you were thinking that they were using exclusively in Ring of Honor or something. No, I'm saying he's over with all those audiences. He's still got it in him, I would assume, unless he's had... Because remember, they didn't strip him the NXT title when he won it because of an injury. He said he got COVID. They just took it off of him. We never saw him again. They didn't know what to do with him in the WWE or NXT or how to treat him or what the fuck, back and forth. Okay. Here he is. He's showing up for work. He's ready to go and he can produce. Give him something to work with or make him look like another flunky like all the rest of your acquisitions lately, Tony. One or the other, I hope for one rather than the other. But either place, Ring of Honor or AEW, and they can't just exile certain people to Ring of Honor if there's no crossover, that they're just making a secondary program. You've got to jazz up and revitalize and have some life in Ring of Honor so that you could have some interest in. If it just becomes the YouTube show where they train the greenhorns, then That's a waste of fucking time. They've already got that. If some people want to dominate Ring of Honor to get a leg up in AEW, then they'll be chomping at the bit to go in there, and competition in Ring of Honor could be described or portrayed as fierce because of the leg up that you can get in OVW. In AEW, and there'll be crossover back and forth amongst different stars, and many of the AEW superstars or previous Ring of Honor champions. And if you build the thing up to where it's an entity that has a chance to be competitive with AEW, and there's some cross promotion involved, then you can do a proper fucking rivalry. If it's just a glorified YouTube show where you send all your cast-offs, then who's gonna fucking watch it? That's my thought. And then finally, and this is the reason why I bothered watching the program, because there was what I thought could be a hidden gem in there somewhere. Will Hobbs, Powerhouse Hobbs against Keith Lee. And I love Hobbs. I want to see Hobbs. I've gone back and forth on Keith Lee. I want to see what happened here. But Brian, remember, I've talked about this. There are matches that in people's minds, when you say so-and-so versus so-and-so, they know, ooh, I want to see that. And it can be for any number of different reasons. It can be because they're two big giant guys who want to see the Giants fight, or two guys that are similar in style, or two guys that have something where, I might want to see that. But a good booker understands the difference between the matches that the fans want to see before they see them, and the matches that when the fans see them, they will understand they didn't want to see it as much as they thought they did. And for those matches, you generally try to promote them and book them and give a lead up and a story to them and a reason to them and a build to them, so that at least by the time that the people see the match and they've paid for it in some fashion, when they're slightly disappointed, at least you got them that far. You didn't show them up front for free and for no good reason that these guys don't work well together. But that's an experienced booker who understands that just because you write two names down doesn't mean it's going to be a great match. This is the situation we found ourselves in here. I mentioned it when they put Hobbs and Lee and Wardlow and who was another big giant powerhouse in the ladder match. Okay, let's put all the big guys in there, ruin the mystique of what's going to happen when they touch each other and clutter it up with a bunch of other people. Here it's a singles match. And Mark Henry popped in to do the pre-match promo. And Hobbs did a good promo. Hobbs not only looks good, but he can talk. He's improving his physique. He's growing up in front of our eyes. Keith Lee is growing out in front of our eyes. But on the promos, Hobbs is good. Hobbs talks like Hobbs looks. Hobbs sounds like he meant what he said, kind of. He's not, Mick Foley on a promo yet, but he's new. He's good. Keith Lee did his promo like he does his promos. And I'm thinking now I'm getting why Vince fucking canned him. Because if anybody really does talk like this in real life, they shouldn't. We've made jokes. He talks like Fraser Crane, or he looks like the Hulk, and he talks like Bruce Banner. He's a walking thesaurus. It just doesn't. But here now I understand, because Keith Lee has come out in an interview with one of the websites and said that they criticized him, changed his stuff around, and didn't like the way that he talked. Didn't like his voice or the way he talked. So we know that they went to him probably on numerous occasions and said, this interview's ridiculous that you do, and you got to gruffen up a little bit. And he didn't listen. And he's still doing it, and that's why they canned him. So now it makes sense. Having said that, there's still talent in there somewhere. But I'm afraid it might be buried and running out of time. You know, the people were into it, especially the people in the building.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
The match, they did a few big man tackles and no-sold it, and then Hobbs got tackled to the floor for the break spot. So as I said, while they gave the people in the building, they were into it, they didn't give the TV fans any time to really get involved when it started before they went to the break. Kind of broke up the momentum. When they come back, the heat's going on Keith Lee, so we've missed a good bit of Hobbs's heat in the break.
Will you trade with me tonight?
And then Keith Lee fights back. And again, I wrote, Hobbs is fine, but Lee doesn't seem to work as well with a big opponent. He sells slow and stationary. He needs a smaller guy that he can push around, that can fly around for him when he's fighting from underneath, because he doesn't stay alive. Finally, he got the big deal in. I think it was supposed to come earlier, but Hobbs blocked it or whatever. But Ricky Starks runs down to the ring. Here comes Swerve. What's his name now? Swerve Strickland. He used to be Swerve Scott. He's still swerving people. They get in a fight. Taz is down there. Hobbs hits a spine buster, but there's no referee. He's distracted.
Do you need
And
to
then
resupply?
Keith Lee comes from behind and hits his finish. 1, 2, 3. Honestly, I asked you before we went on the air, I said, you know, when you see this, because we talked earlier, you hadn't seen everything yet. I said, when you see this, tell me who the star is. So who was the star in this match?
Well, I thought Hobbs from the promo on was the star of the show here. And Keith Lee,
A good soldier.
since he got to AEW, he's looked older. I'll say that. I know he's not a young guy. He's in his late 30s. But then he dyed his beard really dark, and it actually made him, I think, look older. And he's in there with Hobbs, who, you said it, he's getting into better shape. He's looked like he could be a star from day one. Now he really looks like it. He came out of this looking really impressive. Keith Lee, to me, came out of it old and slow. But that's just me.
Well, no, it's not just you, because you saw what happened. And the only thing, Hobbs didn't come out of it well because he got beat. And again, I'm not saying that they should have made this match, because I don't think that Keith Lee should be getting beat at this point in time either, but they beat the 25-year-old guy in fantastic shape that has a ton of upside for the ex-WWE guy that's in his late 30s that has gained an enormous amount of weight and can't talk.
I offer you an honorable trade.
And I don't. And then there was an afterbirth where Starks and Hobbs used a chair and put Swerve through a table and put the table in the ring and speared Keith Lee through the table. And somehow, in an amateur's mind, that means that they got even, and it didn't matter that Keith Lee won and Hobbs got beat. But that's obviously not the case to anybody who understands the business.
An honorable trade.
So you can do something with Keith Lee, maybe against his own, his own wishes. You could do something with him if he'll do what you tell him to do, and he's got physical ability. But this was not a showcase for him, and Hobbs should not be doing jobs to anybody right now on television unless it's an angle in a continuing program.
It is interesting, too, that between Adam Cole and Keith Lee, we are now seeing people that were actually featured better, felt like bigger stars, were used better maybe in NXT than in AEW.
That's what we're seeing. And that was Rampage on Friday night. AEW's answer to a mild-mannered SmackDown.
I don't know what we're transitioning from a mild-mannered SmackDown.
From a mild-mannered SmackDown to a Rampage, and I was up late at night. It almost made me oversleep and miss my breakfast.
Oh,
Ryan,
no.
I'll have you know.
That's horrible.
And I hate it when I miss breakfast, and breakfast is so easy now to have because you don't have to cook a bunch of stuff and get a bunch of ingredients out. All you got to do is go to the closet and get you a box of Magic Spoon. And there's so many boxes to choose from because there's so many flavors to choose from. There's cocoa, fruity, frosted, peanut butter, blueberry, cinnamon, cookies and cream, and maple waffle. And on my copy here, they do not even have the honey nut listed. And Stacy just ordered 4 boxes of that stuff because that's one of her favorites. So, boy, don't leave the honey nut out, folks. I'll tell you what, you will never have a better breakfast or morning in your life than when you put a little nut in your honey, courtesy of our friends at Magic Spoon. It's keto-friendly, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, and low-carb with 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, only 4 net grams of carbs in each serving, 140 calories. You can eat 10 servings of this and still be under a 1,500-calorie diet. I don't know if I'd eat 10 servings of it all day and not eat anything else, but it's good. And you can go right now to magicspoon.com/Jim and grab the custom bundle. Pick your own flavors. And be sure to use the promo code Jim at checkout to save $5 off your order. They've got the 100% happiness guarantee, ladies and gentlemen. If you eat a bowl of this and you are not happy, they will refund your money. So eat a bowl of this right before your wife leaves you or you lose all your money, and then you're going to be miserable and you'll get your money back on the cereal. Is that the way it works, Brian?
You've totally confused me. I have no idea.
Completely lost in the weeds now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Remember, folks, get your next delicious bowl of guilt-free cereal. If you eat this, you can commit any crime and you will feel no guilt.
No, stop that. Don't commit crimes and don't do it on behalf of the cereal you're eating, especially if it's Magic Spoon.
I didn't say they were going to do it on behalf of the cereal. I just said they wouldn't feel guilt afterwards because Magic Spoon eradicates your guilt gland.
You will feel guilt. You'll be guilty. Don't do anything.
All right, then. Eat a bowl of Magic Spoon and be a guilty son of a bitch about it. Folks, but one way or another, you got to stuff this down your gullet. It's good. Magicspoon.com/Jim. Use the code Jim to save $5 off at checkout. And don't forget to put a little nut in your honey, too. That'll help everybody around the house stay happy.
All right, if you say so.
Yeah, there we go.
What are you ripping exactly?
I don't even know.
All right.
So then we go to Detroit. No, and once again, we've been talking about this for a while. The big Legends of the Kobo Fan Fest that was in Detroit on October the 7th. And, of course, as anyone who's been following or also was there that day knows that there were a number of cancellations from the original lineup. Some, obviously, for a very valid reason. Bobby Heenan was originally scheduled to be there, which is one of the reasons I was looking forward to it for quite a while. But obviously that was pulled. And so, at any rate, one of the makeup stars, I guess you might mention, was the guy who lives down the road, or up the road, Santino Marella. And everybody knows that we've had a checkered past, he and I. But at the same time, when I saw that he was announced to take place, some of the other people that had departed the lineup, I figured, okay, we're going to a Legends Fan Fest. We're going to meet some fans. We're going to be in a giant area of hundreds of human beings, and all I have to do for everybody to have a pleasant day is ignore one of them. And all he has to do for everybody to have a pleasant day is ignore one of them. Guess which one of us was the one who acted inappropriately for it? No, here's the thing, and maybe I'm getting ahead because some of the younger folks might not know that about our checkered past. So I wanted to wrap it up real quick. I'm not going to relitigate the whole Boogeyman story. It'll take all goddamn day. But Santino's one laughed Boogeyman on my TV. I slapped Santino and kicked him out of the building back in 2005 in OVW. And at that point, there was a number of things Santino could have done with it. Let's just establish character for reference here. there was a number of things he could have done with it. He could have said, I don't want to be around this fucking guy, and he could have gone home. Or he could have come back the next week and said, like a wrestling school stooge basically would when you've been 2 weeks in an amateur class, I'm sorry, that I fucked up, and because it was a week later, I would have not only probably accepted that, but also apologized too, because I would have been cooled off, and I was mad at the office, not him. And then there was the thought that he could come back and ask me to apologize, which I probably would have, because who the fuck was he, and I was mad at the office. Or he could have come back and punched me in the fucking face if it was that goddamn important to him. But instead, he chose to call the office in Stamford and whine about how I was treated. He was not a WWE contract talent. I think that's where some people get this wrong. He was a guy that had come in to go to OVW's beginner's class, and he'd been there for 2 fucking weeks. It was an appropriate time and an opportune time politically, because John Laurinaitis was driving me crazy, and the whole WWE developmental program was driving me crazy in OVW. And they were looking for a way to get rid of me and get me out of the picture so that they could take control of the booking, et cetera, et cetera. So it was an opportune moment politically for him to give them a reason to separate from me. And as a thank you, they gave him a job. Personal feelings aside, Brian Last, that guy was in wrestling school for 2 fucking weeks, and the biggest promotion in the world is going to give him a job and put him on contract. For any other reason, yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No, of course not.
Now, he went on to have a long and illustrious career because he became the kind of guy that the comedy writers like to amuse each other by writing for. And they come up with a bunch of cute shit for him to do, like dress in women's clothes, make him the butt of the jokes, and he's goddamn goof, because it amuses themselves, and that is the entertainment segments in the middle of the guys actually fucking trying that run off the wrestling fans. But the writers love it, so he got a lot of time. So that was what happened. And in effect, he did me a favor in the long run, because I was going to have a stroke or a heart attack. And things were already happening and something else was going to happen. So he did me a favor in the long run, but he didn't intend to do it. He was narking me to get a job. Now, I did slap the shit out of him in front of all the people in the locker room and scream at him and kick him out, so that was humiliating. But he got a job out of it where he went on to make a decent amount of money. And it cost me about $100,000, because at that point I hated wrestling so bad and was so burnt that I just took a fucking year off and said fuck it before I dropped dead of a stroke. So if he'd have sued me for slapping him, and by the time I hired a lawyer, paid a settlement and everything, you almost $100,000 anyway. So instead, he didn't sue me, so I got to just take a year vacation. But it was $100,000. So I think he's, I've got a little credit on him in the fucking column. That's why I've felt the ability to tell the Santino Marella Boogeyman story, which has become one of the more popular stories at my live events. I think you'll agree. It's most asked. It's not most asked for, but it's often asked for. So I felt the liberty to be able to tell that story. But I don't think browbeat Santino Marella, or whatever the fuck his name is. I don't believe I browbeat him endlessly on the program. We're not beating a dead horse here, because we usually don't refer to him unless it was the program several months ago where he had put up a shoot interview, right?
Right. That was the last time he was brought up on the show.
Yeah, because somebody sent it to me, and I responded telling people where he was full of shit, which was a major percentage of it. But anyway, after expressing my feelings, we've moved on from that. So,
what did he claim at the time? He claimed that after he got his neck injury was so severe he couldn't wrestle again, you somehow got his phone number and left him a message laughing at him.
Okay, and here again, he said this with such conviction that I called him up and fucking gave him down the road on the fucking phone about, now your neck, you can't work, whatever the fuck, I don't know, but he said it with such conviction that I started thinking, did I do that? I have no memory of this. And then I thought, could I have been at a fan fest, right? And somebody said, I got Santino Marella on the fucking phone here, and I've done that. And I don't remember that either, even if I was in a grumpy mood, whether I thought it might be really Santino Marella or not. I don't remember doing it. And then you and I both started thinking, this fucking guy, because I've heard that he is slow to pick up on shit. Now, I'm not saying he's outright stupid. He might be or might not be stupid. I don't know, because I don't know him, as we will cover here. I've never spoken to him except these times. But he's not with it. He's not, as Frank Higgy would say, not smart to the wrestling business or life in general. He doesn't pick up what's going on around him. I think that's what got us both in this problem back then. But we started thinking, could somebody, because I've never spoken to him on the phone, and the only time that we had ever spoken at that point was when I was screaming at him, slapping him in the face. Could somebody have fucking got him on the phone and wound him up? Is it Brian Zane? Is Brian Zane the culprit, my illegitimate son out there, that fucking, could he have called him up and wound him up? I don't know with this fucking guy, right? But anyway, so I knew he was going to fucking be there, and I figured, it's not that hard in this giant airplane hangar-sized space to ignore one human being out of hundreds, but apparently I was wrong. I got there, because I got there early, because I met a bunch of the old Kobo guys, Supermouth Dave Drayson, the noted manager, Gary Kamensack, Gary Mancuso, Brian Buchanan with Arena Publishing, the photographers, the guys that did Body Press years ago, the core Detroit wrestling fans. Greg Oliver's there from Slam Wrestling, and Leonard Brand was the Irish Mickey Doyle. I met the elbow drop guy, too.
No, get out of here.
Yes, I did. He came up and introduced himself to me. I know why he's still alive. He's 5'4" and he's 140 pounds. and that's not knocking him. He's a very polite young man, and he realizes that he will not be doing that again. And he was a very nice young man. But if he'd been 214 pounds, he'd be in a fucking wheelchair right now.
How did he actually introduce himself to you?
He said, "I'm the elbow drop guy." Anyway, I'm getting off the goddamn beam, but I got there early and hung out with those guys. I was there about 10 or 10:30. As usual, I was the first to name star to set up my location and be there to greet everyone. And I had a pretty busy time. I don't know about everybody else, but I had a pretty busy time from the time they let the VIPs in on through the afternoon. And I was enjoying hanging out with the Garys and Dave and Brian at my table in between meeting fans. And I knew, once again, because I saw him once, that Morella is like 3 tables down to my left, and he had a couple people, I think, that were with him he was chatting with. And I felt no need to speak to him, and he felt no need to speak to me for, I don't know how long he was there, because I was busy. But I get about 4:15, I had heard that the food court in this place, because the Kobo, it's a giant convention center now. It's not like the old arena. The arena was refitted for other things, but it's a giant convention center complex. It's a huge convention room. You go out on this concourse, several levels. There's a food court, club sandwiches to die for is the story that I'm getting. And I'm fucking hungry. So I said, guys, if you'll watch my table for a minute, I'm going to go try to find me one of them club sandwiches. So as I go out through the front door, the same door guards had been there all day, and one of them was a fan especially, so we'd been joking back and forth. And I turn to the right, and I'm going to go until I see the signs for the food court, right? Anyway, I go about 20 fucking feet, and here comes Santino Marella. And obviously I know what he looks like, right? But as he comes up, he's got his hand stuck out to shake my hand, and he's got maybe what passes for a smile on his face. I don't know. And at that point, I'm like, what? I have no interest in shaking this guy's hand, because it's not like I made a secret of what I thought of him. And I don't know why he'd want to shake my hand, because it's not like I make a secret of what I thought of him. I thought we'd be professional in the public place. Maybe he's going to apologize to me. I don't have any idea, but I'd rather just not, because you know how I get when people start ticking me off. But I didn't want to be the headline. I figured, the horrible headlines. Jim Cornette snubs Santino Marella's offer of a handshake. I'll look like the heel. So I shake his hand. And he introduces himself. And by the way, he introduced himself under his real name. What is it, Adam Carolla?
I don't know what his name is, actually.
Anthony Corelli. But he says, Anthony, I said, I know who you are, Santino. I said, and here's exactly what I said. And I was not cussing him And I was not actually talking pretty much any other way than I am right now. It was not a loud conversation. At first, I said, Santino, I said, I've gone back and forth on you. Because in a way you did me a favor, because you were the straw that broke the camel's back that got me away from the WWF before I had a stroke or a heart attack and died. And I would not have done it myself because I didn't want to leave Danny Davis, my best friend and business partner, hanging in that situation, but I was miserable. So you did me a favor. But you didn't mean to do me a favor. You were a jabroni in the beginner's class calling the office to get heat on me, stooging to get a spot. So you didn't mean to do me a favor, so I can't give you credit for it. So we don't have anything to talk about. I shook your hand, we're done. I start to go. And he said, but, and does he really have that accent?
I don't know. I mean, he's Canadian, right? I mean, he's not from Italy.
I don't know. He sounded like a Bernard or something. I don't know. You cocksucker, you know. But he said, but I'd only been there 3 weeks. He stops me. I'm like, if you've been watching wrestling for 3 weeks, you knew what the fuck was going on. He knew what the fuck was going on. He's a smug little prick. But I've just told him that he's burying the lead here. I've just explained to him that he stooged on me to the office and got me fired from a very highly paid job, and so therefore I have nothing to speak to him about, and good day. And he's going to relitigate the goddamn boogeyman thing because he didn't run for it.
What year was it? Was it 2005?
2000. He wants to make sure that he knows that I know that it was not his fault that he didn't run from the boogeyman. This is the most important thing to him right now. I said, if you'd been there 3 weeks, if you watched wrestling, you knew what the fuck. You were just sitting there, smug. So here's the thing. You called the office and stooged on me, and you got a job being a joke comedy job guy. And I don't have anything to talk to you about. And I try to go again. And what was it he said? He said something else, but then he said, and I'll never forget these words, Brian, as long as I live, that a person who claims to be a professional wrestler, even in this day and age, would say this to somebody else in the business. He said, but my employer gave me a role to play. Like he was in fucking actors fucking theater. He didn't say, the booker gave me a shitty gimmick. The office wanted me to act like a goof. He said, but my employer gave me a role to play. He sounded like Inspector Clouseau, right? And this just offended me on the fucking surface of the whole thing. And I'm starting to get mad that he's putting me in a position of being Jim, the bad Jim, because I'm getting fucking fed up more that I'm looking at this fucking guy, right? And I'm trying to walk away from him. And I said, look, when he said, role to play or whatever, and he said something like, respecting him or whatever. Did I disrespect? The point is, I said, I never respected you. I said, you were a joke, and I've already told you, and I'm done. And as soon as I said the last time, I start to go, and he gets up in my face, nose to nose, and says, well, we can settle this right here. And now I'm realizing this fucking guy is still trying to get me to hit him first. Once again, he could have ignored me. Or he could have come up and shook my hand, and when I said, okay, I shook your hand, we don't have anything to talk about, he could let me walk away from him. Or he could let me walk away from him the next time when I told him a little bit more about what I thought about him. Because what am I supposed to say? Am I supposed to say something different to his face than I have said in public when he wasn't around? Or did he think that's what I was going to do? Because I didn't do that. As apparently the guy's goddamn video that I didn't know somebody was shooting proclaims when I was in his face calling him a joke and a fucking job guy. Or whatever the fuck I was saying at that fucking point in time when he wouldn't let me fucking walk away from him. So when he gets in my face and says, we can settle this right here, I realize he ain't gonna fucking, he ain't gonna hit me, but he wants me to hit him so that Mr. Jiu-Jitsu Jackoff can fucking stretch me with all of my bad body parts, and maybe, allegedly. And I'll admit, yes, he can beat me up. But here's the fucking thing about it, Brian. Unless he could do the goddamn James Bond villain thing where he just puts 2 fingers on the back of my neck and his thumb on my chin and snap and I drop like the dirty clothes. He wasn't gonna fucking murder me right there before somebody did anything about it. And I've had people bigger than him hit me harder than he probably can. But what the problem was he didn't have the guts to do that if this whole thing had him so bent out of fucking shape. He didn't have the guts to, and if he didn't want the answer, he shouldn't have asked the question of what I thought of him if he come up and got in my face. But yet he's going to try to fucking get in my way so that he knows that eventually I will snap and I can hit him so he can either beat me up or sue me or whatever fuck. But one way or the other, when he said we can settle this right here and fucking chest bumped me out of walking past him, I realized I'm not going to go to jail in Detroit because that is the one thing that I'm scared of. So we're out in the goddamn concourse, and I even tried to tell him, I said, we ain't got to settle shit, motherfucker. I said, there's witnesses around here. We're here to work, right? When I try to walk past him. And he won't, so all right. In this concourse, there was the people guarding the door down the way, and they couldn't necessarily see us. I don't even know from there. Maybe they could. And there's some people walking by, but there's 3 different events. There's some kind of video game goddamn thing in town. So all these people didn't know who we were necessarily. So they weren't watching real fucking close. And I want to make sure if somebody was going to hit somebody first, if somebody's going to jail, it wasn't going to be me. So I turned to the people, hey, witnesses! This guy's trying to start a fight with me, and he won't let me walk off from him. And once we had some people paying attention, I said, now, motherfucker, I ain't got a goddamn thing to say to you. Now, I ain't going to hit you first because I ain't going to jail. But if you hear, so just let me fucking go. By then, here comes some people. And get the first one on the scene is goddamn, I shouldn't say goddamn, I'm sure she was a nice woman, but it was a female security guard who was 5'1". I was flat-footed. I'm looking straight over her as she's trying to get in between us. But at that point, I'm vibrating. And I should explain, do you know vibrating, my code word with Stacy?
I don't.
It's not a safe word, it's a code word. When I'm vibrating, that means I am losing my sanity. I've told everybody I've got an anger management problem, and when I'm vibrating, that means that I'm fixing to hire a lawyer, go to jail, cause some kind of trouble, say some shit, or do some shit, even to my own property that I should not fucking do. I've come to recognize over my life this feeling. It's called vibrating. And if it happens, I tell her I'm vibrating. That means we got to fucking go now from wherever we are. If it's in a store, we leave the fucking shopping cart. If it's a goddamn public place, we get out of it. I need to get away from fucking people. I'm going to do something that I'm later on going to be fucking sorry about financially or otherwise. I'm not in control of myself. And I'm fucking vibrating at this motherfucker. Because now I'm sitting, everybody was having a good time, but now because this little sawed-off fucking prick who was a goddamn joke and an embarrassment to my profession, had to make me tell him to his face that he was a joke and an embarrassment to my profession, and he can't consider himself ahead on the fucking roster, that he got a big-time money-making job because people in that spot, even if you are the butt of the joke on the popular show, make a lot of money. And so he should send me a Christmas card every fucking year, but he's got to press this fucking issue. He's got to be a smug little prick, like he always has been. And so now I'm done with the whole goddamn thing. But now, by this time, since I'm screaming, fuck you, you little fucking prick, and he's fucking screaming at me, more people have arrived quickly, and there's this goddamn mass chaos, and I'm getting fucking madder, because now I'm like, goddamn, now I gotta fucking go. And then they're leading him off, and then the security guard was like, yeah, you have to leave, and that's what I'm gonna fucking do. Then the goddamn people from the door come over telling those guards, no, wait a minute, the other guy was the one who fucking started it, he should fucking go. Well, then they're going after him. Well, then some woman ends up, I told them, I said, I'm going in there to get my shit, and I'm out of here. But they said, you can't go back in there in that room with him. I said, fuck you, my shit's in there, right? So they're going to come with me. Fine, but then we got clogged in the goddamn door because some other woman is yelling at the security, and I don't even know whose side she's on. And now I'm trapped.
in this glob of about 30 people trying to go in the double doors of the convention room. So I'm vibrating, which is the condition that I'm in when I've lost my mind, and I do all this shit that I get in trouble for, and I am trapped without being able to move one way or the other, even with the security guards, because we're all stuck in this closed space in the middle of 30 people, which is my personal Dante's 7th level of hell, right? So I fucking finally bust loose from this goddamn human cholesterol, and I'm running up to the table, and I'm telling fucking, I think Drayson was there, I believe, yes, and Mancuso and Kamensak. I said, guys, load it up, got to go. And we start throwing shit in boxes. And here comes somebody else, and I say, because then they've taken Morella back to his fucking table on the other side of Al Snow. I said, fucking, I'm not going to be in the same building with this fucking guy. And I told Drayson to tell Malcolm Monroe, who I had not yet seen that day. I don't know why he was hiding. I have no clue. But I had not seen him that day. I told him to tell Malcolm Monroe, the promoter, to keep my money, that I was done. It may have been worded a little more harshly than that. But I said, guys, load it. And I had my dolly there. I'm like, load it up. We got to get out of here. Well, then here comes the goddamn security people to say, sir, you have to leave. yeah, no shit. Get out of my way. But then they're going over to talk to him. Then here comes Drayson. Oh, no, then here comes a real cop. There was one real cop, but he was the only one with any sense. He comes over, he says, come here. He says, what happened? I said, this fucking guy, blah, blah, blah. He said, do you want me to stay here? I said, yes. Keep people away from me so I can pack this shit up and go. So now I've got a cop guarding me so that the people trying to kick me out won't interfere from me leaving. And I'm fucking vibrating again. Then we get the shit and off we go, right? And we're wheeling the shit out. We get in the elevator. We get up to the top because we're parked on the roof. The Kobo roof is a giant parking structure or whatever. So as we're throwing the shit in the back of my truck, and I'm apologizing to guys that I can't fucking hang out, blah, 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 what we were going to do because these fucking, I'm insane at this point. My pocket rings, because Mancuso and Kamensak came with me, and Leonard Brand, I think, was there. But Drayson had stayed down there. Drayson's calling me. Now he's next to Malcolm Monroe's guy. Malcolm Monroe wants to know if they kick Morella out, will I come back? I'm like, that horse has left the barn. I have to go and be away from people. So then they apparently went to fucking, the security got together, and they fucking went to Morella and fucking kicked him out too. So basically the stories where either I tried to apologize to him or he tried to apologize to me or I ran away from him or we were both ejected. Well, technically true, we were both ejected, but I could have been out quicker if security had stopped interrupting my leaving to tell me to leave. And, but basically that's the story. Now, like I said, I didn't take my money because I didn't fulfill my commitment. I sincerely hope that he didn't take his because, for one thing, he wasn't worth anything. But for another thing, he didn't stay and fulfill his commitment either because he got his ass booted because he's a fucking prick. So if everybody wants the story, that's the story. And if you think he was wrong, that's fine. If you think I was wrong, I really don't give two flying fucks. Because there's no law on the books that says that I have to like this guy. And there's no law that says that he has to like me. The only law is that we can't get in a big fucking hey rube in a goddamn public place, and that's the one law that I was trying to follow. But if you don't want the answer, motherfucker, don't ask the question.
An honest trade.
I wasn't going to stand there and say, oh, I'm sorry, I was just working, or it's my podcast, or whatever. I told him, without cussing him, that he did something for me, but he didn't mean to, and he got something out of it, and we didn't have nothing to talk about. He didn't want to leave it go. I wasn't going to say anything different to him than I've said about him. So if he wasn't just going to come up and pop me, it was a fruitless exercise. And you jiu-jitsu jack-off, you had the opportunity to blindly fucking pop me while I stood in your face and told you you were a joke. You didn't do it, and I wasn't interested in doing it. Because I'm 56 years old with bad body parts, and I can't whip you because, goddamn, to be honest, I'm not mad at you enough, motherfucker, to want to whip you in public and go to jail. You're not Vince Russo. You're not that important to me. At any rate, maybe the problem is it strikes a nerve because deep down he wanted to be the badass MMA wrestler fighter guy. But he turned into a cross-dresser and the fucking butt of the joke, and it eats at him. And I'm the one that brings it up. Because if it wasn't for me, he would have never been involved in a high level in professional wrestling, and that eats him up. Am I being too psychological here?
No, well, I thought about it. I'm like, what is this guy trying to achieve here? Because I can understand being mad at you. And look, you've been pretty honest about this whole thing. I mean, you just said it here, in 2005, 2 weeks later or a week later, if he had come up to me and apologized, here are the different scenarios that would happen. And more than likely, I would have said I was sorry too, because it wasn't about him. It was a bigger thing, and unfortunately, he was stuck in the middle. And, I've heard you say, in fact, the last time this all came up, this is on YouTube now. It's on tinyurl.com/corneryoutube. The last time it came up, you said, I probably shouldn't have slapped. I mean, you've been very honest about this whole thing. You've never been like, I'm glad I did it. Fuck that guy. Like, it was never about that. Like, I've
never had any. I can't hate this guy because I've never had any interaction with him. But besides the fact that, once again, I launched someone's wrestling career, and it couldn't be a Steve Austin or an Arn Anderson or a Great Worker or a Ricky Steamboat. It has to be goddamn, but I'm offended by the flavor of him. The fact that he is the epitome of a big league, fucking major league job guy. And just embarrassing to silliness. And it's just what I don't like. So for a variety of reasons, I don't like this fucking guy. And I don't need to like him. And I said the same thing to his fucking face as I said publicly, but it was not the venue to do that, and he forced it. And so I had to say it. Well, what else was I supposed to hit him first? He won't let me get out of it. He won't hit me.
Well, that's the thing. What was he trying to achieve there?
I don't know.
Because if I don't like someone and I'm determined to fight them, I'm going to fight them. I'm not saying I want to do that, but I mean, I've been in that scenario where I really want to punch this guy in the face. You know what? I think I'm just going to do it. But this was more of, he had something he was trying to prove to himself, and then he just couldn't figure out what to do next. And, look, I can understand him having a loss of pride because of that incident, and it being a bewildering incident to a wrestling school trainee. I don't blame him for that.
He had multi-$100,000 years in the wrestling business to salve his wounded pride.
He made several $100,000 at least between salary and merchandise and royalties for several years that he wouldn't have made more than likely otherwise. And that's all because he called the office and said, this employee of yours hit me. And they more than likely said, all right, we want to make sure this guy doesn't sue us. Because
exactly.
Yeah, so let's give him a job and let's hook him up for the next few years. Even though, with all due, again, I don't have a problem with that. I don't know the fucking guy. But he couldn't work. Eventually he found his gimmick of being the joke guy, but they originally pushed him as a serious worker, and that didn't work because he wasn't good. That was all because of the incident in OVW, which wasn't about him. He was incidental. He was, he caught.
He was on the periphery. Periphery is a good word of things.
But I mean, him going up to you there, and I know when you went down to Florida for WrestleMania and you did the What Culture show, you don't like Joey Ryan. You've been very vocal about your thoughts about Joey Ryan. You shook his hand when you were up next to him. You did the right thing. You were professional.
Yes, I did, because I was accepting these people's money to be in their locker room and do a job for them. So he was in the locker room, and I was standing there, so I shook his hand, said, hello, Joey. He did not speak to me, but he did shake my hand. And I'd also, to be quite honest, in the interest of full disclosure, I told the booker that I was not going to, as an announcer, call the dick spot. So if the dick spot was going to happen, I would be taking a phone call in the back for that match, and he didn't like the dick spot either and told him not to do it. And that was the interaction we had with Joey. But I didn't fucking go up and litigate to him our goddamn issues of where I thought he was wrong or he thought I was wrong, or force a conversation if he said to me, I don't have anything to say to you. Because that actually, besides not speaking to me at all, that's the best thing he could have said to me was, I don't have anything to say to you. Because then my conscience would have been clear to not talk to him. So he handled it perfectly. This fucking guy wants a goddamn fucking sit down powwow. Here's the. It's not like Tully Blanchard, as we've told a story, slapped me one time, and we, after initial tension, have been once again cordial to this day. Bill Dundee, when he was the booker in Mid-South Wrestling, slapped me in a locker room in Lafayette, Louisiana one night for something wasn't even my fault. We were all stressed, 4,000 miles a week, in the car, and all these fights and riots and matches, and he and Dennis and Bobby and I and Bud, everybody had known each other for years from Tennessee, and he was ranting in the locker room one night, snapped at me, and in front of the boys, and I bowed up and said, "Don't talk to me like that, Bill," and pow, and goddamn, whoa, and then he fucking walked out of the goddamn locker room and went and fucking composed himself. And it didn't get over with the boys because he was kind of, I was the fucking mascot at that point. But, did I fucking call Bill Watts and go, "Here, Booker fucking slapped me. I'm so hurt. I'm gonna sue Human Resources"? No. Besides the fact, I was the main event heel manager, but he was fucking Booker. He was more important. I was lucky to be there in that spot with my experience level, and we were fucking tense for a couple of days, and then over a period of time it's been forgotten because I respected him as a great wrestler and a great booker and a guy that was making me money, and he respected me as a talent that was making him look better as a booker, and we could move on past that. There is nothing about this fucking guy that I can look at in a serious fashion or respect in any way as far as what his contributions to not only the wrestling business but my personal life. So therefore, I referred to my previous statement. Is there a law? I gotta like this fucking guy.
No. And, again, with the Joey Ryan thing, you were paid to be there. You weren't, and it seems like Joey Ryan wasn't either. You guys weren't going to disrupt the show in the locker room for this. And with him, he didn't give a shit. And,
Well, hold on. I'm just starting to think. I've just said earlier, he's not real bright, or as quick, on the uptake, as my mom used to say. Do you think he was just going to think that, he was just going to come and he was going to change my mind with whatever he had to say about my thoughts on him, and we were going to leave pals?
If he had gone up to you and said, "Look, Jim, I've heard what you've said about me, and I know you've heard what I've said about you."
Well, I didn't give him a chance to talk. Now,
Okay.
I will admit that.
Okay.
When we shook hands, I said, "Santino, I've gone back and forth on you." That was my statement to him. There was not going to be a conversation. I've gone back and forth on you. You did me a favor, but you weren't trying to, so we don't have nothing to talk about. That was going to be our interaction if he'd have let it be.
See, he wouldn't let you go, but he also wouldn't do anything. And I don't know what he was thinking. Only he knows what he was thinking. But, considering everything that went down this year with the restraining order, my thought was he was trying to entrap me. That was my first thought when I saw the video and I heard about what happened. Because originally when the reports came out, it was, and this is funny, it was Jim Cornette tried to attack Santino and has been kicked out of the Kobo. Like, what? And then the story started coming out that, no, he didn't try to attack Santino. That's ridiculous. But he wasn't doing anything. I think he wanted you to do something. Look, this is a guy who got a job because he called the office. Who knows what he said?
Well, now he needs a job. I guess those gyms are expensive. I mean, you know what he should have taken? Here's another fucking uncircumcised prick and pickle liquor that I'd like to just mention. Joe Cronin. Remember, we talked to him once because he was Star Maker Bolin had him doing his show for a little while, and Bolin fired him because he was such an annoying fuck. Joe, if you're listening, you stupid fuck. This fucking idiot gets on Twitter, and I have to explain, he looks like one of those guys from Long Island that wants to be a white rapper, but he's 30-something years old, lives in his parents' basement with the droopy cap and the whatever, but he thinks he's Howard Stern, and he's got a cool way of talking in the microphone, and he's a very shock jock or whatever, and somehow or another he accumulates followers on Twitter instead of actual people. But anyway, he tweets us, "Hey, whatever his fucking Twitter thing is, and Jim Cornette, if you want to come on my show and talk about this, I'll pay big dollar signs." Like, I'll make it rain. No, you fucking moron. Like, if I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it on a real show like mine that people listen to instead of your fucking playtime in your fucking basement. But then he would get hot when we wouldn't answer him. Even fucking Morella's not hard up enough for money to answer him, right? And then it would get increasingly more desperate. What's the matter? You don't want dollar signs all the way around. This dollar signs doesn't sound good to you? Like, please, I'll blow you finally. I'll blow you if you'll come on my show. I'll swallow every drop. And he's fucking pathetic. So please, nobody listen to anything involving a guy named Joe Cronin because it's just so fucking sad for
What
you.
the fuck is that? I've never heard of that. Of a podcast that's offering to pay people to come on the show?
Well, because he knew people were interested in it. That's the thing. That's probably what Morella thought. People are interested in Cornette because he was sitting there watching me have the fucking line all day while he's over there twiddling his fucking kibbles and bits. So he probably, hey, people are fucking interested in him. Maybe somebody'd notice I was around again. Every 12 years I can get this motherfucker to pop me in the mouth and somehow get a payoff out of it. This time he can sue me. He could probably sue me and get more money than he could from a wrestling company these days. So fuck him.
What's he doing at a Legends of the Kobo event?
All the stars canceled and he lives down the road. He was available. That's what I'm saying to you.
You realize there's a chance, because the ICP were originally booked on this as well, there's a chance you could have been in there with clowns to the left of you and jokers to the right.
And here I am, stuck in the middle with fucking Supermouth Dave Drayson. Good fucking God. All right, anyway, before we wind up on this section, am I a bad person for not having to put up with people that I don't like in my life?
No. That's
all
the
right.
way. I'm the same way. I agree with that philosophy.
And once again, it was, the divide was because I'm sitting in the hotel room, and I got to tell you, boy, I was so fucking pissed. I get back to the hotel. I was out at the airport, right? So I called the Merriman Street Grill, and they delivered to my hotel, and I had a half-pound cheeseburger with bacon and extra cheese. I had a goddamn Philly cheesesteak sandwich. I had the fucking sirloin Cajun fries, cheesecake. It's all spread out on the bed. I'm gonna kill myself, right? Because it stopped me from snapping violently on the first person that I saw again. I was so fucking angry. That's why I have to go back to the cocoon and until I stop vibrating, and then I'm sane again. And then, then I can go on about my life.
I spoke to you during this period of time, and I just want to say for the record, you didn't know there was a video of it at that point. I had told you, but you described the events for me, and everything you said matched up to what I saw in the video. So I just think that's important to say.
Well, thank you for that endorsement that nobody will fucking believe anyway, because you're my goddamn co-host. But I appreciate because it was true.
To be honest, I tell you when I think you're wrong about something. Kenny Omega has some good matches.
No, all right. Yeah, Jesus.
I offer you an honorable trade.
So a few weeks on the program, and the reason why we're doing this today is because it apparently was very well received the last time that we did it, was we discussed the period in early 1993 and February, March, and April where simultaneously I was operating Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Me and the Heavenly Bodies were embroiled in the rivalry with the Rock and Roll Express there, and we talked about our business time and the other talent that we were using, and at the same time, that's when we'd made the arrangement to trade talent and work with WCW under Bill Watts. But Watts had gone back home, and I'd gotten our deal in writing, and we fulfilled it and finished up there. And the slight aftermath of that in Smoky Mountain, and how that we pretty much had achieved our biggest success to date and biggest gate to date at the Bluegrass Brawl in April in Pikeville, Kentucky, that had done better than even Johnson City and Knoxville had done yet, because our spot shows were prospering fairly well for those small towns. We were making some money there, but the big towns were not coming along. And since we'd opened up in late spring, early summer of '92, it had been a year, and we couldn't get Knoxville and Johnson City really get over the hump, and had yet to draw more than 10 grand there, where we had done, well, it was 12 or 13 to Bluegrass Brawl. So at the end of April, I saw that, and I had tried to keep the tag team rivalry going a little bit too long. We had a bad day on a Sunday and a nice day in April, and sort of had fallen in a hole after the tax day, daylight savings time, springtime slump hit us for the first year of that year. Is that a pretty good summation of what we got to last time? And where they can go and listen to the program, or it's on the YouTube channel also, which is labeled, what is it labeled? Discusses Super Brawl and Bluegrass Brawl.
Yeah, 1993.
Yes, and it's not that old, so it's right up there.
I mean, that's kind of where we left things off, which was everything was happening, but you were still frustrated, if not scared a little bit, by Knoxville.
Yeah, because Knoxville hadn't come, and
Outlander.
as the middle of April passed, then I was faced with a couple of different things, because at that point, I found out that Robert Fuller was going to be going leaving because he was going to WCW. They had pitched the Colonel Robert Parker thing, because even though I wasn't working officially with WCW anymore, I'd gotten on their radar now, and they'd seen, hey, he's got some talent. So Robert, and I didn't mind Robert going, because he was going to, it was a better spot as a manager. We wasn't going to have to beat his body up. He'd talk his ass off. He'd been working for me for a year, and so but I had to finish him up, and Jimmy Golden would follow shortly thereafterwards to go as Bunkhouse Buck. And also, I was losing Night Stalker, because Bill Watts had already been interested in Brian Clark. We've been using him as Kevin Sullivan's giant henchman underneath. Originally, Paul Orndorff had got me to book Brian to give him some experience, because Orndorff had been training him, and we had recently turned him babyface on Kevin Sullivan as a way to finish him up on the way out, because they were fixing to he was fixing to go to New York at that point, before we had an alliance there.
You became Atom Bomb.
Yes, and he had the atomic bomb tattooed on his arm, and I said, boy, in about a year and a half, you might regret that. Anyway, I'd finished Bob Eaton up in April. I'd had him for 90 days from WCW. And also, that's when Stan Lane told me that he decided he was just going to retire, because he had got to the point where, I guess, in summation, the business wasn't any fun for him anymore. He just left WCW a few years beforehand. We were treated like shit there. He wasn't doing it for the love of the game anymore, so he wasn't making a ton of money in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. He didn't foresee himself going and working in the WWF, although he did later on as an announcer. That wasn't in the cards. He just decided he didn't enjoy wrestling anymore and didn't see any place he wanted to do it. And he didn't have a wife or kids or anything, so he didn't have to. So I had to figure out, well, now how am I going to replace him in the Heavenly Bodies? So as April was coming to a close, business was going down because of the springtime slump and et cetera, and also I was in my first rebuilding period, because until now it had all been building, because even though Knoxville and Johnson City hadn't really popped like big towns like we wanted them to, they were still, from the start, things had gotten better, just slowly. The spot shows had been, from the start, pretty much getting better. So it had all been a building period for the first year, but now I've got my first slump going, where also now the spot shows. Not only is the spring slump in the spot shows, because, we're going back to some of the same towns again, but now I'm heading into the summertime, where the spot shows for the old established territories used to do well even in the summertime, because people were used to going. But when we were doing real small towns, with the school groups sponsoring us, we'd go in during the school year and have 500 or 600 people. But we might go in the summertime when there's nobody in school and the kids can't pump it and they can't take the tickets home and etc., and might do half of that. So now I've got to rebuild me some talent. I'm fixed to go in a slump before I've got to where I wanted to get anyway, and I've got to changed the programs from what we've been doing with our small crew to what we're going to be doing next, still with a small crew, but with a few different names. That's what I had to do. And starting in May, the first year, it was our first anniversary in Knoxville.
Volunteer Slam.
Volunteer Slam. That was our first show in '92. So in May, I want to establish that if I can, as an annual event, which we did. It was never as big as the later summer shows and the holiday shows, but it was something. But in this case, I was trying to blow off a couple of people and set up a couple of things at the same time. And basically, it was a 2-match card, because the Smoky Mountain title was on the line with Tracy Smothers and a Dirty White Boy. It was a Coward Waves the Flag match. Horner was in Tracy's corner, and Ron Wright was in Dirty White Boy's corner. Obviously, at that point, that was still the hottest heavyweight title rivalry that I had, and they had great matches, even though Tracy had won the title in the Bluegrass Brawl in the chain match. Now Knoxville got a chance to see Ron Wright back in White Boy's corner. The Coward Waves the Flag match. Ron cut the promos. I don't care if somebody's disemboweled. I ain't going to wave the flag, etc., etc. And the main event was the Rage in the Cage match with Stan Lane, Tom Pritchard, Kevin Sullivan, Killer Kyle, and the Tasmaniac, who was a Taz, at the time was a part-time crazy person for Kevin's band of weirdos. Against the Rock and Roll Express, Brian Lee, who was still a babyface at the time, and Robert Fuller and Jimmy Golden. Fuller and Golden were the stud stable, and they were heels, but since we'd been running the 3-team issue where they were mad at the Heavenly Bodies and me and the Rock and Roll Express, we'd run that pretty much through the Bluegrass Brawl and the April shows, and finally the stud stable agreed to, because of what we'd done, join the Rock and Roll Express, try to get even with us. And it was Rage in the Cage. The rules were, and the reason why we did this is why these were the rules. There were 5 sets of handcuffs on each side of the cage. They were police issue handcuffs. I bought them myself. Still have a few. And the winning team was the one who handcuffed each member of the opposing team to their side of the cage. And then obviously the heels, myself, are saying, imagine when we get these guys handcuffed and they can't get loose, what we might do to them, blah, blah, blah. And Bullet Bob Armstrong is the referee, the commissioner of Smoky Mountain, the only person that can keep order in this situation. The rest of the card was literally 5 singles matches between the guys that were in the cage match, because I only had, counting the managers, 15 guys on the card. But whichever team won 3 out of 5 of the status matches then had the advantage, because we entered like the War Games. So instead of the coin flip, I got the undercard out of it. And then basically 2 guys start, boom, 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 and then every few minutes, then you have to handcuff everybody. So the main event was going to go on for a while, and people knew they were going to get their money's worth. And we ended up doing much better than April, which hit, a horrible bottom and did like $4,000. And that's back, of course, as we mentioned, when our tickets were ringside $8, general admission $6, kids under 12, $5. So we almost doubled the house with this. We did 1,085 paid, 46 comps for 1,131 people, and $7,338. Still not what you would want out of a big show in Knoxville, but we got something out of it, because that was Stan's last appearance in Knoxville. We would close the chapter in John City the following weekend. And that was Robert and Jimmy's last time in Knoxville. And the babyfaces triumphed by winning the match, but then Fuller and Golden showed their true colors by, when they got unlocked first, they threw us the keys. They threw me the keys to our handcuffs and left the other babyfaces trapped. And when Bullet Bob tried to save him, then we attacked Bob. We handcuffed him out to the cage, beat him unmercifully. I think I hit him 35 times in the chest with the racket and the stomach. It did crack his sternum. He went to the hospital that night. He was going anyway, but he needed to. It was chaos with people trying to get the cage, whatever the fuck, because that was going to set up my summer. I'd waited a year, and now finally we were going to get Bullet Bob Armstrong back in the ring as more than a commissioner, but back as an active wrestler. That'd been the point of featuring him in Smoky Mountain Wrestling from the start, because I thought this is the way we can draw our first big house. So anyway, that was May 9th in Knoxville, and then, of course, May the 15th in Johnson City, we did the last Tangle in Tennessee, Smoky Mountain Wrestling, the Rock and Roll and the Bodies, and that did 942 paid and 90 comps for $6,309. Doing well. And of course, and Stan lost the fall and had to leave, and people thought the Heavenly Bodies were done. But on Monday, May 17th in Harlan, Kentucky is when we brought out Jimmy Del Rey. And announced, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tom Pritchard has a new partner. His cousin, the Gigolo, has come to town. But I knew I had to get to rock and roll away from the Bodies because it had been done. And I had to get some different combinations going because we'd about blown off Tracy and White Boy. As a matter of fact, the Harlan taping on May 17th is when Tony Atlas was scheduled to come in to be my new top heel.
Oh, that's right.
And he was going to face Brian Lee on television and do a whole big angle. And I got the plane ticket back that morning with the note that he had decided not to come. So anyway, so now I'm still trying to figure out some shit to do. But anyway, we did one other thing that was important that night in Harlan. We shot a promo because since Tom obviously is Bruce Pritchard's brother.
Do you need to resupply?
Hello? Hey. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah.
I wonder if she can finish the war here.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
I picked it up right at finishing lunchtime. Never felt so alive.
There will be those who won't believe me, but I saw it. She took to the skies.
The scabs tricked me.
An honest trade is an honorable trade. A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
And even then they get it. The water around Groundmark is finally
Some good news for once.
So I've been thinking. I'm going to go fishing. I don't actually stop.
Saw you fly a
What brought this up? With everything that's happened, I feel like I must do more.
I have the supplies you need.
You up for a game of strike, maybe? You should know a bit of this one. Well, good thing I have something called strategy.
Talk yourself up on Buy now, or regret it later.
Walk with honor.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
I could earn 3 house rights.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
Earned your honor.
Do you need to resupply?
Legends walk among us, and she is the proof.
Do you need to resupply?
Nice choice of armor. Attacking the grove? Regardless.
I have the supplies you need.
My blade fought alongside the Outlander. I saw her courage.
Buy now, or regret it later. An honest trade is an honorable trade. Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
Your courage serves you well.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Let our blades seek Regala together.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Wear your scars.
An honest trade is an honorable trade. I have the supplies you need. A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
I hear she stopped a war in the east. I wonder if she...
resupply? Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. A good soldier prepares for the wilds. Do you need to resupply?
Nice choice of armor.
I have the supplies you need.
You should see her spear in action.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
There will be those who won't believe, but I saw it. She took to the skies. There walks Hikaro's champion. An honor, Aloy. You've earned your honor.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Greetings, warrior. Aloy, we salute you.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
I am proud to have fought on your side. Isn't that Aloy? The one who flew on the wings of the tent.
I have the supplies you need.
You and the chief saved us. Thank you.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Maybe even catching some fights in the arena. Come on. Hikaru commands my blade. We had no soldiers like Nora. We would have much less fear.
Buy now, or regret it later.
The skill you showed at the full route. That's what we need in our marshals.
Do you need to resupply?
Good day, warrior.
Outlander, will you trade with me tonight?
There's the Nora warrior everyone's talking about. You should know it. Well, good thing I haven't done something that is that. Yeah, the next time I'm on leave, I'm heading to the gold. Lowland, desert, sky, united under Hikaru. With help from Nora, of course.
An honest trade is an honorable trade. Do you need to resupply? An honest trade is an honorable trade.
There walks a warrior who flew on the wings of the tent.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds. Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
Stand before this outlander.
Buy now, or regret it later. I have the supplies you need.
This is Aloy, the champion of the Tanakh.
You have become legend, like the Ten.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
I am proud to have fought by your side.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Those who came before us bled and died over every ancient expression.
Is there anything you can't do?
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
You have become legend, like the Ten.
I have the supplies you need.
Greetings, warrior.
Bodies on the floor, bagged and tagged.
Do you need to resupply?
We must all unite to stop Regala.
May your blade strike true.
Machine riders race past us. Blaze by like a round.
Buy now, or regret it later.
I don't think they were round. They didn't even shoot us.
We should look to the defenses. They were breached too easily.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Outlander,
Do you need to resupply? Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. So the machine surrounds them. How do they do it? Tame them to ride.
Carl's enemies fall before him.
I have the supplies you need.
Were you at the
Valley and Miss Shabby. We are grateful.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
That's her. Strongest of the
A
outfit.
good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Maybe I was wrong.
I have the supplies you need. An honest trade is an honorable trade. Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. Do you need to resupply? Buy now, or regret it later. A good soldier prepares for the wilds. I have the supplies you need. Outlander, will you trade with me tonight? Buy now, or regret it later. An honest trade is an honorable trade. Do you need to resupply? A good soldier prepares for the wilds. Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh? An honest trade is an honorable trade. Do you need to resupply? I have the supplies you need. Buy now, or regret it later. A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
The machines were different from those that owned my life day, and their secrets died.
The tribe owes you a great debt.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. Do you need to resupply?
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
So the awesome.
We walk in strength.
Well, good thing I had to have something called strategy. Talk yourself up all you want. Did you hear about missions?
Yeah. The next time I'm a good soldier prepares for the wilds.
You know, I always thought Charlotte wasn't the guy. Guess I was wrong.
Down in the chips.
I mean, it was a vision that no one else had ever seen.
Regardless of millions, that's finally all thanks to you.
You up for a game of strike?
Buy now, or regret it later.
Well, good thing I had to have something called strategy. Talk yourself up all you want.
I have the supplies you need.
Good to see you.
Squad protect this sky fight.
That fight was... Yeah, my whole squad was...
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
That's how we find out about that. Old section.
Blade be bright.
Yeah, it's too dangerous. But isn't it the whole point?
There's a difference between danger and thriller or searchlight.
Safety when you run the crime.
Do you need to resupply?
Good to see you.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Walk in French.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Honor and strength.
They all not greet you with honor.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
Regardless rebellion, that's finally over. All thanks to you. She flew on the wings of the Tanakh. Act happy.
I have the supplies you need.
It is an honor, Pathfinder.
Buy now, or regret it later.
How do they do it? Taming its rivals. So the machines the rebels. How do they do it? Taming its rivals.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Welcome, champion.
I have the supplies you need.
Sounds like a mark order.
So, Sky Car's mighty call.
Going to try. And I hope I'm there to watch him get his ass hacked.
Strangest thing happened when my squad walked off the
Oh?
The machine riders racing past us. Blazed by like a rabbit.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
Could you imagine what it feels like? Charging at an enemy blade in hand?
You've earned this soldier.
Just for gamers, right?
So, I've been thinking. I'm going to petition to join the
Walk honor.
I finally earned enough medals from hunting grounds to trade with Ducka.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
So, say the chief gets his way. Lasting peace with the contract. Then when do I bring the chief's
Trade,
champion?
baby. We passed it over the borders.
Do you need to resupply?
If you're hurt, seek out a herbalist.
Yep, that's her. The champion.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
There walks a true warrior.
Do you need to resupply?
May your enemies fall.
I have the supplies you need. Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
suppose you agree then.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Every Tanakh will remember your deeds.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Racked up quite a few deeds. There walks a
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
That spear is a weapon of real strength.
I have the supplies you need.
We walk in strength.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
We walk in strength.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Strike true as the test.
Buy now, or regret it later.
So the machines were gathered down. How did they do it? Could you imagine that? Charging at an enemy with blade in hand?
Gala's rebellion was finally over.
Do you need to resupply? A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Wings of the ten. Racked up quite a few deeds.
Not me. It's too damn cold up in the mountains.
I have the supplies you need. Do you need to resupply? An honest trade is an honorable trade. Buy now, or regret it later. Do you need to resupply?
That spear is a weapon of real strength. I hear she stopped a war in the east. I wonder if she can finish the war here.
Buy now, or regret it later.
You honor the Tanakh.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
I saw her courage. Could you imagine charging at an enemy blade of I know where do you have the your blade is all you didn't stand a chance against each other.
I have the supplies you need.
Hikaru commands my blade.
An honest trade is an honorable trade. A good soldier prepares for the wilds. An honest trade is an honorable trade. Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
The scabs tricked me. She said it's tradition for the new recruit to sleep in the front of the nest. Were you at the school one night pouring and swatting away hunger?
Do you need to resupply?
Every Tanakh will remember your
Buy now, or regret it later.
The tribe owes you a great debt.
I have the supplies you need.
Walk in French.
Maybe we catch you some fights in the arena. Come on.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
She flew on the wings of a Actually flew.
I have the supplies you need.
Welcome, champion.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
May Regala's rebellion turn to desert dust. You've earned this soldier's respect.
Do you need to resupply? A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Keep your place right.
An honest trade is an honorable trade. Buy now, or regret it later. Buy now, or regret it later. I have the supplies you need.
I need to practice. My blade's not as quick as I like it. Maybe I'll take a look at that.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Yeah. The next time I'm on leave, I'm heading to the road to see.
Do you need to resupply? A good soldier prepares for the wilds. I have the supplies you need. An honest trade is an honorable trade. A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
You should know that. Well, good thing I have something called talk yourself up.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh? Buy now, or regret it later. Do you need to resupply? Buy now, or regret it later. An honest trade is an honorable trade. Do you need to resupply?
Crap.
We must all unite to stop Regala.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
There walks a proud champion by your side.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Good thing I have something called strategy. How do they do it? Could you imagine that? Good to see you, warrior. Isn't that Aloy, the one who flew on the wings of the tent?
I have the supplies you need.
Maybe they catch some fights in the arena. Come on.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Greetings, tamer of machines. With Regala's defeat, the clan pure.
Good day, warrior.
Do you need to resupply?
Greetings, warrior.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. Buy now, or regret it later. I have the supplies you need. A good soldier prepares for the wilds. Do you need to resupply? Buy now, or regret it later.
Sun's getting low.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh? A good soldier prepares for the wilds. I have the supplies you need. An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Maybe they catch you some fights in the arena. Come on.
Wings of your tent. You've racked up quite a few deeds.
An honest trade is an honorable trade. Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
That fight was wait, we were there? Yeah. My whole squad. What? Spectators? That
Welcome, champion.
Do you need to resupply? I have the supplies you need.
We walk in strength.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Presents and funds.
Searching out for machines.
Your blade be bright.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
There walks a true warrior.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
I finally earned enough medals from the hunting grounds to trade the duck up.
I have the supplies you need.
Welcome. Strike true as lieutenant.
Buy now, or regret it later.
You're no ordinary.
The Tanakh stand as one again.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
The tribe owes you a great debt.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Full stripe for
In the time it would take me to get a full stripe at a trial, I could earn 3 pounds.
Yeah, but they're still just tasks.
This is Aloy. Well, how many do you have?
Too many to count.
So, regardless,
Do you need to resupply?
well, good thing I have a little something called strategy.
Talk yourself up on fun. Gala's rebellion has finally ended. All thanks to the outlaw.
Greetings, Wolf.
So, I've been thinking. I'm going to audition to join the Chief's Guard. I brought this up. With everything that happened, I feel like I must do more. For the clan.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
I'll join you then.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Had a good run of punch around that. Learned to hack right.
Actually flew.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Every Tanakh will remember your deeds.
Your blade be bright, warrior.
Did you hear about religions?
Yeah. The next time I'm on leave, we're heading to Rome.
You know, I kind of
Do you need to resupply?
guess I was wrong.
Good to see you.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Surprised to see you up and about. How's your
Your
room?
blade is rather strong, Clamber jaws are running out of evil.
For the real defeat, they're attacking patrols closer and closer to the villages.
Commander attackers order a machine gun.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. I have the supplies you need.
Seems Regalas are coming anyway.
Wear your scars with pride.
I have the supplies you need.
Legends walk among us, and she is the proof.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Let our blades seek Regala together. Nice choice of armor.
An honest trade is an honorable trade. Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
Your courage serves you well.
Hopefully I won't.
Buy now, or regret it later. Do you need to resupply?
You should see her spear in action.
Do you need to resupply?
That spear is a weapon of real strength. So what?
The HR makes those calls again, don't they?
An honor. I'd sooner gut one.
Yeah, you would.
You know what's so nice? We didn't give them all that. Your enemies submit.
I have the supplies you need. Buy now, or regret it later.
What's the latest drink?
Outlander, will you trade with me tonight? A good soldier prepares for the wilds. An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Be careful with those things, though.
Do you need to resupply?
Welcome, champion.
Any news on your father? Oh, okay.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Blade be bright.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
The tribe owes you a great debt.
Buy now, or regret it later. I have the supplies you need.
There walks a true warrior. So, Pelican Squad, how's it going?
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
We all know we're under attack.
She flew on the wings of the tank. Actually flew.
I have the supplies you need.
You've earned this soldier's respect.
Maybe they catch some fights in the arena. Come on.
Squad. Machine ready. Blazed by like a rabbit.
Do you need to resupply?
The Gala didn't stand a chance against the champion.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
Presents.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Commander got request. Said no one can run the trial without leaving all. No exceptions. Yeah, it's too dangerous. But isn't that the whole point?
Welcome.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Presents.
Buy now, or regret it later. An honest trade is an honorable trade.
There walks a true warrior.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Go with honor. Walk with honor.
I have the supplies you need. Buy now, or regret it later.
You have become legendary, like the tent. If it's enough for United,
Do you need to resupply?
Butane machines and the sky. Incredible.
Buy now, or regret it later.
What's so strange about that? I know any of our brothers
That's the thing. I don't think they were rebels. They didn't even shoot at us.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
Yeah. It's pretty much done. Turn it off.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
What? Yeah, about my phone. The nerve of that damn thing.
I have the supplies you need. A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
I think I might head over to the hunting grounds. First hard full strike. Don't forget the trigger.
You're on. Were you at the school?
Do you need to resupply? Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. I have the supplies you need.
Take to the skies. All these lands must be open to us.
An honest trade is an honorable trade. Buy now, or regret it later.
The car rolls around.
Do you need to resupply? A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
All blades against your all. One enemy falls, another rises.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh? I have the supplies you need.
Tired.
Walk harder.
That's her. Strongest of the outfit.
Let's drive away.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Well, how many did you count?
Too many to count.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
There's your brother.
A good soldier prepares for the worlds.
What's so strange about that? Any of them have
I don't think they were rebels. They didn't even shoot at us.
That is strange. You're wrong.
Do you need to resupply? An honest trade is an honorable trade. Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh? Buy now, or regret it later. Do you need to resupply? I have the supplies you need.
Sky's getting dark. Night's settling in.
A good soldier prepares for the worlds.
I mean, it was a vision that no one else had ever seen. It looks like whatever you want.
It's a good thing you're not in charge. We must all unite to stop Regala.
You up for a game of strike later?
They're firing people that have paid their taxes to society. We're not talking about crimes that happen
have the supplies you need.
Let none double strength in the Outlander's blade.
With nothing to happen since.
Caro and Aloy brought us victory.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
Good day, Outlander.
They just can't admit that they can.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
It is an honor, Outlander.
Do you need to resupply?
Greetings, warrior.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Will you stay to hunt down the holdouts?
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Your blade is to be respected, Outlander.
Welcome, champion.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
You should learn more about our ways, Outlander.
A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Are you ready?
You had a practice training at Hackney Shop.
Even Outlanders see that Regala is treacherous.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Regala's rebellion is finally over. All thanks to the Outlander.
Hail, Coro's champion!
I have the supplies you need.
May your enemies falls.
Do you need to resupply?
You soared on the wings of the 10, Outlander.
Yep, yes, sir. The champ.
I heard you got some fresh air. What'd you do?
Buy now, or regret it later.
Gala didn't stand a chance against the champ.
The truth of the visions were revealed by this Outlander. To fly on the wings of the 10. You are a true soldier.
I'm going to petition to join the
Walk in French.
What brought this up? With everything that's happened, I feel like I must do more. For the clan, the tribe. I'll join you then. I know. With you and Moon, guarding the Canary Road, maybe we'll catch you some fights in the arena.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh?
Every Tanakh will remember your deeds. All right, what's wrong? That fight was psycho.
Wait, you were there? Oh, yeah. My whole squad was.
I always believe the things are getting fiercer.
What? You were spectators?
That's how good of a fight it was. So I have to charge you. The tribe owes you a great day.
An honest trade is an honorable trade.
I wouldn't be so sure. Heard there are holdouts.
They just can't fit the hate camp.
Maybe not. There are leaders.
All right.
Heard the cheers from top of the arena. And I missed it. I was stuck on guard guarding.
That fight was psycho.
Wait, you were there? Yeah. My whole squad was.
Hey, it's Akaro's champion.
That's how good of a fight it was. So, say the truth.
Buy now, or regret it later.
She flew on the wings of the 10. Actually flew.
I have the supplies you need.
We walk in strength. Your presence honors us.
Outlander, will you trade with the Tanakh? A good soldier prepares for the wilds.
Your blade be bright.
Do you need to resupply? An honest trade is an honorable trade.
Every Tanakh will remember your deeds.
I have the supplies you need.
Regala's rebellion is finally
It'll only be on
all
for
thanks to the outcast.
a minute or two more.
Buy now, or regret it later.
Strike true as the ten.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
Good to see you.
Do you need to resupply?
dissuade NATO. And, you know, it's always falls back to X, Y, and Z, and they might launch, right?